Greetings and salutations, my name is Tish and welcome to the Artist Haven. In this live stream we are on journal 29 of 30 in our 30 journals in 30 days. Woohoo! I've almost made it. Let's cross our fingers, knock on wood. We'll get through today and tomorrow and everything will be golden. So today I wanted to do something fun. Like, I'm not a big color person, but I know a lot of people like color. I like the subdued tones, like ruby red, you know, that dark burgundy ruby color, and grunge and steampunk and Victorian Edwardian dismal and gloom. I like skulls and anatomy, old anatomy drawings and just old cool stuff. And a lot of people like the sunshine and rainbows and unicorns and, well, I like unicorns too. I mean, come on, the movie Legend is amazing. So I'm trying to figure out a way to kind of combine the two, making it grungy a little and happy-go-lucky, rainbowy a little. So let's see if we can meld these two together and be successful with it. Now, I do have to say I like the batik. I love the kind of, there's a word for it, the variegation of color, but I like it in the darker tones. But I have this kind of rainbow color, and I went around the edge with a variegated rainbow thread. So we've got rainbow on one side, got the rainbow covered, and then I cut this piece of kind of denim looking for the base, and then we're gonna make a notebook, a flip-flop notebook, because that's why this is a flippity-floppity journal, or a flip-flop journal if you don't want to say it all. It's because the notebook in back flips and flops, and the notepads inside, the pages inside flip and flop. So it's just like a super flippity floppity journaling fun, you know? So I made this, and so we're gonna go from here. And then I was looking at, you know, my side of it. We got a lot of the fun, colory, kind of pretty stuff. I'm thinking I've got one left of this embossed, and then I have another one here. They still have embossing powder on them. But I have one here that's kind of grungy looking, but this guy, he's embossed, so he's kind of shiny. The light should pick that up. But I thought we could cut him out and use him as part of the cover. And then I have these sweet little butterflies and moths. These are from Tracy Fox. They're a freebie, and I've printed them on transparency and on cardstock. So I thought we could bring some flutterbys into it. But we'll just kind of go from there and do the bright, colorful stuff, but also do some of the more subdued, darker, grungier things and kind of pop those things together. Let's see where this goes. So first, we need to make the pocket. I'm gonna ink these two both in blue and then a little bit of brown just to bring that grunge into it. So let me find my blue here. I know I have it in the stack. And my blue dauber, that's purple. Black. Let's just set this up the way it needs to be. Put my coffee stain back there. There we go. Here's blue. So I'm going to ink these so they can dry while we're doing all the other stuff. So I'm curious, have you taken any, like, obviously different style aesthetics and kind of mashed them up? And did you have success in doing so? I'm curious, because I tend to have one kind of aesthetic. I mean, I try and branch out because I try to make journals that other people will enjoy and that I enjoy. and just kind of find that mutual ground. All right, there's that. And then let's do the same thing with this. And I think we might have to come in with some purple because I think this is more of an indigo color than a blue color. Actually, you know what? Let's run the corners on this. Where did Vicini go? There he is. I want to round the corners on this guy. Keep it kind of soft. And I'm doing a medium setting on my punch here. Oh, sometimes it works and sometimes it just, it's like, nope, not today, ma'am. Oh, and then the other thing we need to do is, first off, let's get these guys. I was making tags on the live stream last night, so we might actually, we're going to probably use some of those in this session today. Let me tidy up this little area right here. There we go. In the bin they go. Let's get this guy. Now this is a 1 3/4 by 7/8 oval. This is from Stamping Up. I got it at a thrift store, the art reuse store, actually, if I'm going to be specific. And I really like it for notches. I don't ever use it for an oval. Oh, I can't say ever. I haven't yet. Let's just put it that way. So let's get the blue the rest of the way around here. And then we'll come back with some purple and some black, because I got to grunge it up a little bit. There we go. There's blue and purple. And I'm not really putting a lot of color on here. I'm more just kind of tapping it and suggesting the color. How's that? The corners are a little heavier. And right there, we need some. There we go. And then we're just going to take our black dauber and we're just going to do the edges just to make all the lighter colors pop more. There we go. And then let's do the same thing with this, actually. And that just gives it a base to pop up from. So now you can see the edge of that, and it just feels a little more dimensional. Okay, let's push that aside. We need to make our notebook. So let's get some pages for our notebook. This is a bigger one, so I feel comfortable doing 5 pages in the flip-flop part. So let's get some colorful grunge. Let's do this guy. And one of these. There we go. So there's 2. Let's just put him here because I have a feeling we're going to use him in here. Same with that one. What else do we got? All these It's got to go back in. Come on, you go in there. Why won't you go in there? Ah, because you're so full, that's why. Okay. Let's do one of these. And then let's grab the digital here that I think I have. So this is what I keep all my digitals in. It used to have computer paper in it. And is this line papers? No. I want something. What's this? This is kind of colorful and then kind of grungy. How about this? Maybe. No. Well, where did they go? Aha. I put them in a different bin. A different thing altogether. I've been reorganizing my studio. Do you organize your studio and then find you can't find anything? It's like, what did I do with that? What made sense to me at that moment? All right, let's put these back. Just for right now, we might pull them out. The fan is on behind me, and so it's blowing my little baby hairs in my face. All right, so there's exactly what I was looking for. Perfect. Let's do purple. There we go. So I think we got 5 pages now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let's put this one in the back. So we're going to fold this the long way. And you can do this with any size paper. If you have letter size, legal size, A4, A3, you know, but the best way to do it is with letter size or A4 size and then work from there. So this is going to go here. We're going to cut it down just a little bit. And I'm going to use my decal cutter. Okay, I should have put a bandana on. That's why I wear bandanas a lot. I wear them very loosely just to keep the hair out of my mouth and on my face. So let's make this 4. By 5. There we go. Let's take these up, put them in there. Let's take some brown ink and ink up the edges so it pops. There we go. So we're going to put all the folded edges on our left side. You could do it on the right side too. And I've done them where I've switched between up and then down, like, and it kind of worked, but I don't know. I just was playing around with, like, how many ways can we go with this? So that's what we're going to do with that one. Let's glue this down. My glue's right here. And I'm going to make this into a tuck spot. So I'm going to put about a 1/2 inch of glue, because I just want it to be a tuck spot. I don't want it to be like holding anything major, because this is just paper after all. And I'm going to smooch it out so it doesn't wrinkle. And then put it down. Just like that. There we go. Sometimes this glue, I find on coffee dyed paper specifically, it does wrinkle it, which is really weird. It doesn't wrinkle any other paper. So I'm wondering if maybe it's the acid. But I try and neutralize the coffee stain with baking soda. So we'll see. Okay, there's that. And then we're going to bring in this one, because this is nice and brightly colored. And we'll decal the edges on this one as well, because I like doing that. Plus, when you're folding and cutting, oops, we did this the wrong way. Actually, let's just finish our folds, and then we can unfold it. You get so into doing it one way that you forget to do it the other way. That way. There we go. And then we can just fold it like this. All right. So we want it to be a little bit smaller. So we're just going to take the hair off of this edge. Just going to take it right here. And then let's make it a little bit shorter. There we go. Come on, work with me. There we go. Okay. And we're going to come in with some purple for the edge, just to help make it pop a little. And I'm just going to tamp the edges. And I don't do this for everyone, but because I'm going to be bringing in elements of grunge, I want them to balance each other. So I figure inking in color and then again in brown, and then in brown as well, will help keep that balance kind of going. All right. Now let's put this down and see where we're at. Groovy. Now I'm just going to paper clip this until we get all our pieces cut, because sometimes I like to rearrange them. All right, let's do I was thinking of putting this on top, so let's put that there for now. And let's do this one. So long ways. I feel like I'm working in my lap. And let's do it this way. because I want this kind of grungy corner to stand out. And so I'm going to fold it so the grungy corner can stand out. There we go. Okay. And then fold it this way. And then we're going to decal right up to the edge here. So it looks like it was torn. So I'm going to bring that right there. Hold it down really firmly and cut that off. And then we're going to ink this in brown. Clear the path for the brown ink. Okay, and then now that we have our folds made, we're going to ink the folds too. Just a little bit. And we might have to trim the bottom, I'm not sure. I don't want to. That's why I chose to do this one next. Okay, I think that'll be good. We'll leave the inside uninked, maybe. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, let's ink the inside too. Just a little bit, nothing too crazy. There we go. Put the lid on that. And then fold this the right way. No. There we go. And then we'll put this right here. We are going to have to cut a little bit of this off. I don't want to. How much wiggle room do we got? Not much. All right. I'll do it. We're going to do it way down here. Way down there. Way. I'm going to keep those because those are kind of grungy goodness right there. All right, let's get the edges of these real quick. Okay, there's that one. So the only real thing you have to concentrate on is making sure you leave a little distance here and a little distance here so they can flip open. The other two sides doesn't matter. All right, so we want yeah, let's do it this way. And this way. Is that going to still fit? Yes. Just like that. There we go. Actually, you know what? No, I'll just leave it. It'll be good. And then, so we've got this, which we can leave. And then we're going to cut it off right here. There we go. So right there. I'm just going to hit this with some brown. So that goes there like that. You know what? We're going to do this. Oh, but that's so cool. It's got the dots there. So when you open it up, you see the dots. I don't want to cut that up. I don't want to. I wonder if we put this down here. So this is what I mean by, like, I want to rearrange things. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So then we can put this one here. This one here. Is that still going to fit in there? Yep. Okay. And then this one, I'm going to fold it in half. Fold it in half again. And then make this one smaller. Let's do right here and right here. Okay. And let's do this in purple. Okay. There we go. Now we're going to glue all these down. Just like that. Okay. So I'm going to pull the card out. Let's get this guy out of the way for the moment, since we are done with him. Tidy up my desk here a little bit. All right, so I need my glue mat, which is hanging up to dry, and it's dry because I haven't used it since yesterday. All right, so we can put that right there so we can glue the whole back side. And I'm going to be using Uhu glue. That's the right way, right? Okay. It's been that kind of morning. Nope. Let's grab that little piece of parchment that we had. This is why I didn't want to. There we go. And glue with the dots, because I get a little heavy-handed with the glue. There we go. Just use a little piece of parchment in there, just like that. That way we don't have to worry about it. Okay. And then we'll take this guy and lay him down right there. I need my glue towel, so I can put that on my lap, and I have a place to wipe all the extra glue off on. Making sure that we're not glued down. And this will be right here, so it doesn't stick together. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to do this guy. I'm going to trim him down just a little bit more. And we'll re-ink it. It's okay. Our fingers are not going to break. Okay, here we go. So I'm using purple ink because this has kind of a purpley blue indigo color. And I just want the colors to, the pages to pop out a little bit. So this kind of frames it and makes it easier to see. I don't do this in all my journals. This is the last journal, the last flip-flop journal I'll be making in this series probably. So I don't think I'm going to be doing another flip-flop journal tomorrow. So tomorrow's the last day. So, you know, we can safely deduce. Okay, so I can't do this bottom part. So let's make a line. There we go. And I can see that in the reflection of my, as I call them, my Vegas lights, Las Vegas. The studio is lit up like the Vegas Strip. Even though I've never been to Vegas, I have been told. So someday I'll get there. Just hasn't happened yet. My daughter and I were supposed to go back in 2020 before, you know, the world as we knew it came to an end, for an artisan summit that Stonecoat Countertops was putting on, and I was supposed to meet Clara there, and we were going to have a grand old time, and it just never happened. So it is what it is. I still enjoy what I do. All right, so we're going to lay that down right there and there and there. So and if there's like a little corner that we missed, we can always come back in and put a drop of glue in. This is just to help us get it assembled. There we go. And last page goes right there. So we can do the whole thing on this guy, because he lays right on top. So we're going to do him right like that. I want him slightly off. So open. Yay, we constructed it correctly. All right, that's nice and chunky. I'm happy. So we're going to glue this pocket down right about there. Okay. Yep. Let's make sure we're going to have this assembled correctly. There we go. And there we go. And because we are wanting this to be a pocket, I'm going to bring out the big bottle of art glitter glue so we get more glue. Before I do that, I'm going to grab a drink of coffee. Okay. There we go. Get Hubert ready for the day. Clean him up. There we go. Put that back there. Okay, our base is ready. Now let's get some pages. I'm gonna put the pin in here. Move that to the side. We'll probably use some fun elements like that. So let's bring that down. That was sitting on top of this box. Okay, so this is my box that I put all my scrap papers in. So I can use them in this. We need some more bright colored stuff. I wonder if I have, that's red though. Do I have red in anything? Oh, there's kind of a pink base. Let's put that in there. That's more cardstock. That's cardstock. Now we're getting into the cardstock part, I fear. You know, that might make a fun pocket. This cardstock. What are these? These are paper. It helps tie in some butterflies. Let's see what else we got. What's in here? See, this is how I organize. I like put things in file folders and then I'm like, oh, I'll sort this out later. And then never get to it. Okay, you fall. That's fine. You do you, boo. These are all papers. Let's see what we got. They're all single-sided, mostly black and white. We have this map one. Where'd it go? There it is. That's kind of colorful. That's 32-pound paper. Excuse me. Let's put this in here. There we go. Kind of organizing as I go here. Let's go there. That's there. I have some. That's kind of fun because we're going to be using butterflies in here. I put all these in here because I figured I can put them in these notebooks. Okay, that goes up here. Got a nice paper cut for my trouble. Oops. Kind of like these. Let's take these out. All right. And these go in the other bin. There we go. I have to resort all these, but let's see what we got in here. These mostly are probably going to be cardstock, but we're going to check it out anyway. This is paper, but this is other kind of paper. Oh, that's kind of pretty. I'm going to have to use this one. So let's pull out some. These are all cardstock. That's paper. Is this cardstock or paper? That's paper. This is cardstock, but we could play with that. I don't even know what that's for. That's paper. These are paper. Oh, this is kind of a pink color. Let's see what we can make out of that. Cardstock, paper, paper. Paper. Oh, these are kind of pretty. These are single-sided, so we could copy dye it. Excuse me. Paper, paper, paper. This is paper. This is kind of colorful. That's paper. That's kind of like a, oh, that's all together. Huh. Okay. That all there. Okay, let's put this, oop. Oh, that's cardstock. Oh, that's that cardstock. I love that cardstock. Actually, what if we use this for our cover? Yep. Works for me. Okay, and then, cool. I emptied that out to have behind me. I use the file folders, like if I come up with a special signature or some kind of thing that when I'm going through and I'm like, oh, I'm going to do this theme for this, and then I'll put all those papers, and then, oh, I found cardstock to go with it, and so I kind of sort it all out like beforehand. When I'm doing like a mass make, I'll be like, oh, I like this for this project, and I like this for that project. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Let's grab our decal cutter. I don't know if these are all going to work, but we'll try. That I want to make into a pocket. I'm not sure if we're going to use these. But I like this to bring in. We're going to ink that. This is kind of cardstocky. It's paper, paper. Most of these are non-directional, so that is convenient. All right. We need to have 2 of these kind of vintagey. Okay, we'll use that one. We'll put these ones back. Okay. So let's grab our decal cutter. We're just gonna kind of, I don't like that corner, so we're just gonna do it like that. And then we'll just very lightly decal this bottom edge. Okay. And I think fold this right here like that. Oops, let's do that a little bit closer to the edge. There we go. Oh yeah, that'll creeper. Okay, and then this one and this one, let's coffee stain these. So I'm just gonna hold them together. Actually, you know what? We're gonna cut this. No, not yet. So what I usually do is just kind of hold 2 pieces. If they're small like this, I hold 2 pieces together in my hand. I take my coffee dye and I spray it off to the side. There we go. And we lay them out flat and let them dry. Okay. We're going to decal cut this edge right here. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so while we're doing this, let's think of so it's the base is 5 3/4 by 7, so we don't want anything wider than say 5 1/2. So what I like to do is I kind of use my decal cutter or some kind of something to kind of keep me in that 5 1/2 zone. But the other thing too that we can remember is, excuse me, is if we go over that 5 1/2, make sure that it's over by 5 1/2 by at least 2 or 3, so we can fold it over and make a tuck spot, a journaling spot, you know, expand it so it's even more interactive. So there's a right side, and we are going to cut. We need the big guy. So let's put the little guy up here, move the coffee stain over, move the glue over. I want to use this today. I found it when I was cleaning. There's just so many things. So many things in so little time. Okay, pick that up. We're going to cut some of these out. So this is a right-hand one. Put these towards the back of the stack. There we go. Let's flip this over. That way they can dry flat. And they're going to flatten out once they get put in their spot. Okie dokie then. Thankfully my toe wasn't in the way. All right, give me one moment. Okay, let's cut this. I need a little bit more room. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna put this back in the bin. And then I'm going to cut this right about here. And then, since this is about, what's that, 3/8? Yeah, because that's a quarter, so that's 3/8. So let's cut 3/8 of an inch off of this. Or thereabouts. So this is 5.5. And then 3/8 would be right there. There we go. And I'm going to round the corners. And we're just going to lightly coffee dye this just to break up the white. Okay. And then we'll put this in there. We'll use this in another journal. All right. Now, I like this one down here. So we're going to quickly cut that at 6. I kind of like this one too. So let's do that. That way we have another right one. It's easier on Fanny, but Fanny's so big. And let's just trim off the top here a little bit because this has the perforations and I don't necessarily want the perforations. And then we'll use this. There we go. And we're going to slightly round the corners on this. Yeah, because that'll be on the right side. That'll be cute. It'll be cute. I like this one because it has the pink in the background. Maybe I can do both. One on each side. And we'll make this one a little bit bigger. Okay. I'm going to use the small corner rounder on this just to knock off the sharpness of it. There we go. This is a left. This is a right. I'm going to cut off the little bit here. The left. So we got 3 on each side so far. Let's see if there's any other directional ones. Let's put it right there. Now we're going to kind of there. I don't want to cut off the butterfly because it's the whole reason why I'm using it. Didn't mean to do that, but it works. Excuse me. Let's ink this so we make sure that it gets inked. I've got the hiccups. That's just great. Wow. Okay. And this is a right. So this is really cool paper. It's got a really cool texture to it. And we're going to take the purple and just kind of ink this edge up. Okay. And we're going to take 1.5 inches off of this guy. Wait, 2 inches off of this guy. Okay. And go. And this is, how long? Nine and a half, so we need to take 3 inches off the top. Okay. And this is 10 and a half, so 4 inches off the top of him. Wait, 4 inches off the bottom. And I'm gonna go a little more. Go. I'm going to make this a left. Wait, yes. Because then we can fold this back. Yeah. All right. So we're going to take this and we're going to tear it in half. How tall are we? Just about perfect, I think. Put the other one back. It's this way. It's right at 7. So let's take, first let's fold him up. And then we're just going to take one little bar off. Just like that. Okay, where are we coming to here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 and 6. Let's go 3 on either side. So okay, let's do how big is that? That's 6 inches. So let's make this 4. Which means I need the other one. Excuse me. Oop, tipping over. 4 by 4.5. And then this will ink up. Let's round this corner. Just a little bit. And this corner. And then glue it down here. So this was 4. Let's make a little, just a little dash there. Actually, let's do this. Let's line this up here. So a little edge and then right here. works. And then let this be right here. No, we want this lined up. You know what we're going to do? We're going to glue this down first, but first we're going to ink this up. Okay. I want to put this in there for sure. That in there. Get enough yellow. We need more blue. This will be kind of cool. This is one of my art pages that I did. Long, long time ago. This can go either way. So there we go. And this can go either way. This can go either way. And then this goes this way. Okay, that has a torn edge. Let's give this a little bit of a decal. Okay. We're getting there, we're getting there. It's starting to come together. I didn't think I'd honestly be able to do it. Let's decal this edge and this edge, and then we'll ink it in a teal or an whatever, you know what I mean. This color. Yeah, this is this side up. I don't know, I kind of like how the flowers go up. This, they kind of droop down, they look kind of sad. So we want happy flowers, not sad flowers. All right, I think we're good. If we need to bring in some neutrals, we can. So we're going to put these up here. Okay, so how many got? What do we got? What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this one will be 9 on this side, so 10. I think, yeah, because this is going to flip up. Okay. Did we cut this? No, I think we forgot to cut this. Yeah, we forgot to cut this. Let's put this back up here. Jeez, oh Pete. Okay. There we go. So we're going to cut at 4 and a notch-ish. So we have it just slightly, ever so slightly taller. And then I'm going to grab an ink page. Come on. Come. Why does the whole stack need to come out? Stop. So this one, let's do blue. But let's get that aqua blue that I wanted, this one. And we're going to grab, because we've been using the darker blues, let's grab one just for this one. This is Hero Hues Aquatic. It's kind of like Mermaid Lagoon color. It's really pretty, and we're just going to ink around here so it all kind of flows together. We're going to have to re-ink this anyway because I'm going to round the corners, but I just don't want the white to show. And this is going to be the inside, so that's why I started there. And we'll start here. There we go. And if I remember correctly, these do bleed a little when you spray them with rubbing alcohol. And I think I just broke my sprayer. There we go. All right, let's give this a moment to dry. And then we're just going to take this and hit the edges. And I already rounded these corners because these corners are going to be glued down. Well, that's the other thing we need to do. We need to figure out where this is going to fold. So this goes here, like so. And then we're going to fold it here, like that. And then whip this out and just kind of ink this. So it blends in and stands out all at the same time. Okay, so I leave this out because I want to use that for that. And then let's line these up. Okay. Yep, that's gonna look cute. A cute little pocket. So let's grab Mr. Humphrey here. And I'm gonna put some glue down, maybe. Okay. I love this glue, I love this glue, I love this glue. Just remember to remind yourself when it frustrates you because it doesn't want to come out. And I just used it like 5 minutes ago. Well, maybe a little longer than 5 minutes, but still. All right, put a bead of that down. And try to line up our corner as best we can. There we go, that looks great. I want to just kind of blend that out a little bit more. There we go. Stay where I put you. Okay, we're not ready for you, Mr. Humphrey. And there we go. Okay, we're going to let this dry for just a moment. Let that dry. We got our sides. Let's look at our cover here. This is what we're going to use for our cover because it's kind of grunge, it's kind of colorful. So yeah, I want to use this. It's kind of glittery and fun, but it's grungy and got music and big text and all kinds of fun stuff in it. This is a very old piece of scrapbook paper, and I put that on the back of it. And this was part of one of my journals that I had that I took apart. I built this in 2019, or 2018, excuse me. So this paper is from 2018. I don't know if you can get it anymore, but it's kind of my inspiration for some of the projects that I'm currently working on. So let's see what size this is. it is 7 by 6 7/8. So we need to trim it down a little bit. This will fit perfectly. We still need to, I wonder, hang on. I've got this guy. I'll just kind of distress the edges here. Now you can use your edge of your scissors to do this, but I bought this for this. It was only, I got it at a thrift store. It was like $1.50. So yeah. So this is 7 inches tall, which is a little bit too tall now that I'm thinking about it. Because our journal is, what was it again? I wrote it down. 5 3/4 wide by 7 inches tall. So if this is 7 inches tall, no, this is at 6. I think let's just trim it down just a smidge, maybe. You know what? We're going to go ahead and we're going to score this because we need to make a little spine in it. Not a spy, a spine. Come on, words. Words are hard. So if we come in 3/4 of an inch, and that'll go towards our back. And then we give it 3/8 of an inch of a spine, which should be more than enough. That'll bring us just over an inch. That means this will be just right along where I need it to be. I'm hoping. We can always change this. We can always bring it in if we need to. And if we need to make it longer, we can put lace or something here to just, make it longer. So that's gonna look so cool. I am not a glittery folk, okay? Yes, I believe in fairies, and yes, I like the magical stuff, but I am not a glittery person, but I love this. It's like a subtle glitter. Goodness. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got so far. I'm gonna put him over there. That's my decal cutter. Okay, so this will be our cover. And he is a little big. He is a little big. But that's okay. And then this is our back page. So see, I think they're going to go really swimmingly together because these, oh man, I'm so excited right now. I'm a goofball. I know, it's okay. You can say it. So let's lay out our pages. Let me get a drink real quick because I guess words are not coming to me today. They're just going to spew out of my mouth. All right, give me one moment. Okay, thank you very much. I needed a drink. Okay, now I know that this guy is going to be, yeah, right at the edge of there. So, but I know I had a piece of paper, yep, right here. I know I had this one, and then I wanted to do this one so the reds go together. We need to fold this over like so. And fold it back. There we go. Okay, but that's not the one I wanted to start off with. I want to start off with this guy. Give myself a good solid base to start from. And I'm going to have him fold like that, but we're going to tuck it in so it can be a flip out. This is like the super hyper active, you know, like, what's the word? Interactive. There we go. Those are words. Let's throw that up there so we don't get ink or glitter or something on him. And we're going to ink up the edges on this guy and just stick to the edges, Tish. Stick to the edges. Edges, edges, edges. So I don't lose my mind. I have to talk to myself. And I say, self, don't go haywire. This isn't brown. This is this bright, beautiful blue. So don't go all kitty wampus. Okay, so we gotta wait for this to dry because this is a dye ink, so it does take a moment to dry. We are going to do this edge as well, and this edge, and we're going to do the inside edge because why not? There we go. Okay, give that a moment to dry. So we're going to have that kind of tealy blue. And then let's do this guy. Wow, he's a big fella. He'll be perfect. And then, where are all these big ones coming from? I know I had smaller ones in here. Let's do this guy. We need to get our coffee out. And I'm going to leave him out. We're going to move this back to where it goes. So when I'm looking for it, I know where it's at. We're going to leave this brown out because we're going to ink in brown because this is color meets grunge. Okay, I decided because I smudged this up. So, the joy about junk journaling is if you flub up, you can cover up your mistakes. So we're going to try and make this as straight as possible. And we're just going to kind of do this. And it's picking up the blue, which is kind of what I want it to do. That's why I chose this side instead of the clean side, which is amazing that I even have a clean side. There we go. You have to be part contortionist. All right, let's hit this with some of this blue. Smudge it again. Okay, and then we're ever so slightly. Oh yeah. There we go. Just gonna mist this with maybe one. What is wrong with this thing? Now it's dripping on me. I'm grateful I bought another one. I think it's been dropped one too many times, because now it's dripping. Like actively dripping. Weird. Okay, there we go. We're gonna put you over here because we might use you again. What is going on? I gotta figure this out. Oh, that's why. It's like completely broken. Hold on. I need to repair this real quick because this is like my lifeline to the way I think. I think I can fix this. Actually, you know what? I got another spray nozzle. Let's grab that. It's gonna throw me up because this is my blue bottle. I got a new blue bottle and a new purple bottle because purple I put coffee in, and blue is usually water. So throw myself for a loop. I get these at Walmart for, I think they're like $1 or $2, but they work really good. I've had that bottle, I've had this black bottle for probably 2 years. So, and I drop it all the time. See, now the alcohol made the ink come through kind of splotchy and made the photo look all vintagey, and then we got this cool motif on the other side. So I think it looks cool now. We're gonna ink and fold that over, and we'll ink here. So me having inky fingers actually turned into a happy accident. Thank you, Bob Ross. Oh, Mikey's my lifesaver. He just brought me water. Because the coffee is just getting to be too much. Okay, so let's take this apart for a second. Let's see where we're at. Okay, this goes this way. This goes this way. So we've got that. I'm thinking we need to cut this one a little bit shorter, because that's the top. No, we should be okay. And that's the bottom. Yeah, we can fold that. We can fold this in. In fact, let's do that now. Let's fold this so we can kind of see what we're looking at here. There we go. Just like that. And we can tuck it under instead of having it flip up. It's all good. It'll all come out in the wash. Okay, so since we have the blue going, let's run with the blue, because there's blue in here and blue there. And then we'll pop in this red. Okay, and then we're going to pop in this green, which I like right about there, and right about there. So again, we can flip that around, or we can copy stain it real quick. And then I want to put this here, and this here. It's funny how I kind of have it in my head, but I don't have it in my head. And this here, like that. And then let's do this guy, kind of reset the slate. And then that there. We're going to fold this one a little bit bigger. Give me 1 second. Let's grab a clip so we don't lose where we're at. Fold this just a little bit different. Give it a little bit more of a, there we go. There, I like that better. Okay, that goes there. Let's put this one here. This is a pocket. And then this one. And fold that right about there. And then I want the music to be the last one. And then that. We'll fold this over. And we'll slip this little guy in here. Put him right about there. Perfect. Okay. I'm missing one. Either I started wrong. That's complete. No, I started right. Well, you know what? I see something flapping at me. It wants to be used. Give me a second. What did I do with that clip? There he is. Okay, so when I set it down, I clip it on the side that I finished up on. That way I know. And this guy's been flapping at me. Pick me, pick me. So let's put him in there. Fold them up. Okay. And what if we So we need to have him fold right here, I think. So we'll fold that back. And then let's cut him right here. So grab my ruler and we're just going to tear this guy off right here. Oops. Okay, maybe not right there. That's what I get for trying to be fancy and rip the little edge. There we go. We'll put him over in our scrap pile. There we go. And put that guy right there. This guy right here. Oh, not him. Not him. I'm going to do stripey guy. Come on. Okay, and we got to fold him in. Let's fold him right there. This is going to be a chunky guy. I like it. Okay, so that goes there. We want him over as far as we can. And then this guy. And we want him over as far as we can. That's a good spot right there. And then, dun dun, oh man, he's chunky. I like it. Okay, so that goes there. So we need to fold this. So he's more like right there. And we need to cut a little bit off the top here. Because I want, yeah, cut it at the bottom of this circle. Okay, so let's cut that. Okay, clip here. There we go. Let's grab our straight cutter. This is our straight shooter. Okay, and cut him right at the top of this bottom of that circle. So it's, I'd rather cut off not enough than too much. Because yes, there's glue, but you know. And then we're going to take this guy and rethink our plan here. So, hang on. I got Dame Bramage right now. I was getting dehydrated and Mikey saved me. I got a nice big drink of water. I've been drinking coffee all morning and I'm like wired. It's like, woohoo! All right. So that's 1 1/8, 3/4, 1, 2, 3. And we'll go 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then we'll see how that does. Because I'd rather score it than cut it. So that will be our spine. Nope. We need to go another 3. So let's ink that a little bit. And it's there, 1, 2, 3. Cool. Fold that. There we go. Try that on for size. Because it's got a little spine, so it'll sit right there. I like it just popping out just a little bit. All right, cool. So we're going to take this move this. And instead of grabbing that big thing again, we're just going to take, and so that's our spine. You know what? We're not going to cut it. We'll just glue it down. Okay. Okay. Now we unclip that and we gently pull them apart. And clip the side that we're not working on. Now you can go back and forth, and maybe, you know what, that's what I'm going to do today, because I want these to line up a certain way. So we're going to lay our rights on the right hand side and our lefts on the left hand side. And this way we can make sure everything's inked the way we want and done the way we want to do it. So, boom. Let me get another drink of water real quick. I do mute my microphone, so if you see my hands waving, but there's no sound, that usually means that I'm talking. I forgot to unmute. I use a metal cup to hold my, I call them the adult sippy cups, and I don't want to tink, tink, tink in your ear. So, and because I wear a lavalier mic, it does that. Give me one moment. Okay, much better. This chair is kind of stubborn, but I leave my water way over on the other side of the room because I'm a klutz and I know it. All right, so we want this as tight as we can get it. There we go, lay it down. I want this maybe more towards the top because we've got that green poking out. Well, a little bit of the blue to show. Then we take our art glitter glue and we hold our finger here so we remind ourselves to not glue by the fold. There will be a gap and that's okay, we want that. And then we pull it and push. And your first ones you lay down are the most important. And we did start on the wrong side. We were supposed to start on this side, but that's okay. It all comes out in the wash. So I think we need to trim just a hair off of him. Let's do that real quick. Okay. Where'd my decal cutter go? There he is. Just like literally probably like a 1/16 of an inch. I don't know why. I just feel like the base ones need to be lined up with the base if they're going to be big. If they're smaller, that's cool. But if they're going to be big, they need to line up with the base. So I'm going to take a little bit of purple ink and just kind of ink up the edge here. This is Petunia from Ranger Archival Ink. And if you would like to get Ranger products, Tim Holtz products, I have a link for the Painted Raven. It is not an affiliate link, but I still got y'all a coupon code. So make sure to check that out when you get a moment. She is one of my dear friends and has really helped me come to who I'm supposed to be the last 6 months. So I appreciate her, and this is my way of helping her and helping you guys. All right, 1, 2. Let's, you know what? We're gonna put some kind of cool ephemera right here to make it like have a little handle so you know how to pull it out. And then this guy, we're gonna put him right here. There we go. There we go. And now, to assist in keeping, well, you need to let go. Thank you. Assist in keeping everything flat and laying down, I use a little bit of paper tape and some glue stick, and it just helps things lay flat. You can use washi tape if you wish. You can use masking tape. I choose paper tape because it's thin. It's thinner than masking tape. And my washi tape I save for decorating. So, and paper tape, this is $1.25 at Dollar Tree. It's not anything expensive. I don't get like the 3M or anything like that because we put glue stick on it. So it's just a matter of it being paper. And now I got the hiccups because I drank so much water so quickly. Okay. And we ink that, but let's ink it a little bit more just on the edges just to help separate the colors. There we go. Wait, not that one. This one. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And I want to ink this one with brown. Just a little bit right here. And I'm pulling in some blue, which is fine. Now, if you do a circle and it stays there, I'm going to show you a little something something. And this is why my rubbing alcohol is my favorite thing. So I take and I just try and smooth it out a little bit, right? And then I hit it with the rubbing alcohol. Maybe. Come on, baby. There we go. And the reason why I hit it with rubbing alcohol is because it does that. It softens it up and doesn't make it look like so much like a circle anymore. And rubbing alcohol dries quickly. Do 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 do. Okay, we're dry enough because it'll finish drying when we put it on. And I want it right there. Yep. Maybe a little bit further down. There we go. There we go. So we'll make this as tight as we can because we got a lot of chunky pages on here, and this is gonna be so cool. I'm so excited for this. Not only because it's journal number 29 out of 30, so tomorrow is the last journal and the second last journal, but I've been wanting to do this kind of amalgamation with the grunge meets color kind of thing for a while now. Clara was a person that was all about color, and I'm her grungy sister. So this is kind of my trying to do this more, bring more color in. Okay, so every other one is usually what I do the tape on, just because you can do every one, but it gets a little bit out of hand. So now we're going to do the red, but I want the red to pop through down here, but I don't want to cover up too much up there. So we're going to have it go kind of with the theater, and we're going to push that down, open it up. Go smooth it out. And then we've got this little guy. That's our green. And we're going to take our coffee stain, give it a shake, just to give it some speckles. And then I think, let's see, I got something in my eye. Okay, I'm okay. We're going to do this corner and this corner. And now we're going to take this over. I got some, what's it called, embossing powder on here. I am messy. I am like a bull in a china shop. Actually, I'm more like a herd of bulls, if there's such a thing. But I'm kind of like a herd of bulls in a china shop. And I love this green. And I'm just barely like touching the paper because I just want it to be a hint of color, because then we're going to come back in with the brown. It's squeaky. There we go. This is fern green. And we're just going to ink the edge here. All right, that's the side that gets tucked. So let's do this on this edge and just kind of hit these. And we're going to fold this way. All right. There we go. Listen, you stay where I put you. And then we take this guy, and we're going to line him up here like that. Yeah. And this will look even more harmonious when we get the next paper on. So on my coffee stain, I have rubbing alcohol. I use instant coffee, warm water, and then I mix an equal amount of rubbing alcohol in it. Well, sometimes. Sometimes I use less. Depends on how humid it is. I do have a video that goes over my recipe that I use as a base, and then I alter it depending on where I'm living. From there, let's bring this down right there. Oh, that's so cool. This is actually, I think I was part of a live stream when I made this paper, and I think Claire was there. So I used to do this show called Artapalooza, and I'd have all my art friends come on with me, and we'd all go live and we'd all create art. And I want to bring that back, but I want to do it my way. I kind of let people, I won't say bully, but it became something that I didn't envision. I want to get more artists to have the confidence to go live and do live streams more, because I think if people actually see the process that we go through with our art, and that we spend, 6-7 hours making a journal, just making it, not even just decorating it, that's another couple of hours, 3-4 hours, depending on, who you are and what you do. But I want people to know that this is not just us trying to pull one over on you. I think I'm trying to decide, do I want it there? I kind of want it there, because it kind of picks up the pink in this, but that's too red. I don't mind the little red here. Yeah, let's do that. So that's why I started doing the live streams, was to help new creators, new YouTube creators get confident in what they were doing and be surrounded by people that are already doing it, and a community that supports them, and just, you know that they're not alone. And it became like the same people all the time, and I loved it, and yet I felt like I was stepping away from my intentions, if that makes any sense. So next year, I'll probably start it up again. We'll see what I can come up with. And, I made a lot of really good friends. Unfortunately, when Clara passed away, I think they didn't know what to say to me, maybe. I don't know, but they kind of disappeared. Which is sad, but it is what it is. Life happens. All right. So we got that one, and that one, and this one. Did I ink this one? No, I did not. Bad Tish. This one doesn't need to be inked. Let's ink this one up before we get too far. It doesn't need much ink, but it's easier to ink before we put on the next page, for sure. And we're going to fold this back. And I'm bringing this close to my face so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. Now we flip that back over. Give this a little rub. There we go. And I'm wondering if I want to keep this straight cut or if I want to deckle the edges. You know what I might do? Where'd that little tool go? Let's do that. Let's rough it up a little bit. If you can get your hands on it, I recommend this tool or something similar. I haven't tried it, but someone said that if you get one of those the envelope openers, the ones that have the little, they're like this big and they have the little hook at the bottom, and that they do the same thing. I don't know. I have one. I haven't tried it yet because Mikey bought one to open mail with, and he didn't like it for that. So we're going to come in and we're going to distress this a little bit. There we go. And we're going to do the edge. And then we're going to get the edge in here. Just leave this one a little more white. Maybe we'll hit it with some coffee dye. Yeah, I think we'll hit it with a little bit of coffee. Let's pull that back. All right, coffee dye. See, it's throwing me off already. I see the black bottle and oh well. See, that's all it takes. Just a little speckle to break up the white, and it will dry while we have it in place. Let's put that right there. Actually, let's put that right there. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Push it down. Excuse me. I couldn't mute my microphone like I like to do when I cough because my hands were full and my mute button's on that side. I want to get a little, they have a foot pedal thing now. They've had it for a while actually, but okay, this one. I wonder if we should just, because it's already it's not stark white on this side because I already coffee dyed it. Let's do brown on this side to go with the coffee dye. Okay, and then let's do a little bit of brown on this side just to kind of soften the edge, and then we'll edge it with black. I think I need to refill my brown again. Was it black or brown that I just refilled? I need to get that out of my way before I knock it on the floor. Okay, so we're just hitting the edge. Put that back up there. And I think we're gonna do this as close to the top as we can. Kind of hit the reset button on that, push it in. There we go. All right. We're going to wait till the next one because the next one will be little, and we'll put a piece of paper tape over the top of that. All right, and then we have this beautiful, see, we have butterflies and butterflies, and then I've got some butterflies we're going to very quickly fussy cut-ish. And there, that was one of the things that I was going to do, is make a pocket with the, oh my, see what happens with my brain sometimes. Okay, so I want that there. Okay. Like there. Okay. This one's kind of cut at a weird angle, so it's hard to get it the way I want it. All right, there we go. And then we're going to take a piece of paper tape. Paper tape and I are not friends as of late. This batch that I got has been really sticky, which, you know, normally you'd think that is a good thing. But when you're trying to run it over your glue stick, sticky's not what you want. I mean, you kind of do. You get what I mean. Let's grab a scissors so we can cut this off. There we go. That just helps everything lay flat. We got lots of pages, holy Hannah. And then we're gonna put this guy, oh, we were gonna punch the corners. Okay, medium. Okay. Okay, that's not working. Let's do large then. I know large will work. That looks cool. Let's touch this up a little bit. Just because it doesn't always punch cleanly. There we go. And I want him right there. There we go. Give it a good squish. So we're going to do about there. And we put this guy right there. We're not going to ink him. He's just a piece of paper. Simple. He's a simple man. All right, this one we are going to ink though. So we're just going to ink this edge and this edge, and then the fold, and just kind of tap this there. All right. And this one goes over all of it, which is awesome, because this is how we get kind of a fresh start. So if one kind of sticks out more than the other, this is how we can make it happen. Make it straight again. There we go. Lay it flat. I want this one here because I want that one on the top. There we go. Let's do our paper tape. Got a little bit overzealous there. There we go. No one's going to see that but me, but you know, gotta be safe. Rather be safe than sorry. All right. We are reaching the end of this. Okay, so we didn't ink this one, but we can before we go any further. It already looks distressed, so this is one of my digitals. And I've been playing around with different digital ways of doing things, taking inspiration from vintage things. Okay, and then we're gonna, I think we're gonna decal cut the edges of this one really super fast. And then we'll distress it with brown. Maybe, no, because I don't have the right kind of blue. If I had a better blue, the one I have is more of a bright blue, not a navy blue. So brown it is. And we'll do this one. There we go. Put that there. Let's fix this with coffee stain. There we go. Okay, we're gonna let this dry for a moment. I'm gonna get a drink of water because, yeah, coffee stain. Okay, much better. And this is dry. Yay! So we're gonna move that out of the way. Go. Just gonna kind of bring it down a little bit. Nope. See, I got bit by the circle thing again. That's okay, we'll get the whole corner. There we go. If all else fails, foresight. Or as my dad used to say, if all else fails, get a bigger hammer. All right, I'm gonna put this back. And we're gonna spray this with rubbing alcohol, just the corners, or edges, I should say. And then that will make that better. We'll get the edge here. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups. Okay, so let's do this edge too, just because we can. There we go. That's going to go right there. Okay. I'm afraid to hum because I don't know if you can get a copyright strike if you start humming a song that is copyrighted. I've got a song stuck in my head. Okay, there's that. And then this. I think we're going to cut this one a little bit shorter. Give me one moment. Up. There we go. Right there. And just kind of hit this with some ink. This edge. Come on. Okay. This is the edge we're gluing down. So let's get this edge. Okay. Oops. Let's do it the right way. The way I intended it to be. Not so that it's necessarily the right way. There we go. There we go. Push it down. Give it a nice crisp fold. When it starts getting chunky, you gotta kind of push. Gotta kind of force it into place. So there we go. Okay. Oops, we got some glue on the front there. There we go. Let's not forget to get this edge. And this edge is already kind of done, so we don't need to do it. This is actually pretty close to being antique sheet music. I think it's from the 30s. I'm not sure. It might be. I bought a bunch of it. I found a bunch of it at a thrift store, and I just went hog wild and bought a whole bunch of them. So, yeah, there's me in a nutshell. All right. Let's lay this down. So we got one more page after this, and then we can start on the cover. And I'm trying to think in the back of my head what kind of fabrics and what kind of things I have that will lend itself to the cover. Because I want to use the skull. I'm going to punch him out. We're going to do that real quick. But I want it to look kind of vintagey and colorful and steampunk, and just kind of bring all the things that I have in my life into the journal itself. So we'll figure it out. Kind of make it up as we go along. It's kind of how I work. I have an idea, but I never have a definite plan, because what happens when when stuff doesn't go as planned? You have to call an audible. You have to go with plan B or plan C or plan G or plan Y or plan Z. You know, it's you can't rely on a plan, because I've found that out over the course of my life. So this goes this way. There we go. And then this goes right here. Just a little bit more up. Come on. There you go. A little bit more. There we go. And we gotta miter this side just a little bit so I can bring it up. There we go. I'm just going to re-ink that corner just in case. So I want this just a little bit up. There we go. So there are 18 sheets of paper in here, which means 18 let's see, 18, and that's 2 sides per, so 36 pages of journal love right here. Now let's just take a peek and see what this is going to look like on here. Oh, it comes right to the edge of the base. There's a little bit extra on top, which is perfect. I was worried a little bit because this is kind of short, and I was worried that I wasn't going to be able to adjust it correctly, and I am. So we're going to put more paper tape down, so I don't want to put that glue stick away, but I need to rough up this edge. There we go. Beautiful. So let's put the scissors out of the way. I'm going to hang this guy back up so I don't lose him. I have a little hook on my cart that sits underneath my desk, and so he has a home. All right, we're going to put this up here and bring this over. We don't need the brown right now, but we want the black. Let's tidy up just a smidge so we're not arguing with the little pieces of paper that tend to get in our way. There we go. See, there's even paper on there. So let's hit this with the purple again. And I'm just going to kind of bring in some purple on this edge. Not a lot. There we go. Excuse me. And then we're going to take the black, and we're just going to make it a little smoky edge. And get rid of some of that white. Okay. And then I'm going to hit this edge with the black and this edge with the black. And you know what I might do? I had an idea, and I might still do it. Just to help reinforce the cover. So we need to fold this back. And this back. Those are our top two scores that we have. That's not cut real straight, is it? That's okay. And I'm going to come in with some brown. And actually, I'm going to do it on this side, so maybe I bring in some of the blue. So I want to knock back that white a little bit. It's kind of bright. There we go. Now, I want to see something. Yep. All right, so I have some blue washi tape because a lot of the back cover is blue, but I did some DIY washi tape that is blue. And I need to find it. There it is. So I've been keeping the washi tape in here, but I need to find a better storage solution because this ain't working for me. But I think this piece will work just fine. There we go. Oops, that went on the floor. So I think what I'm going to do with that washi tape is when I make it, I have to make the strips a little bit further apart for that to work, what I plan to work, but cut it into strips and then roll it on like an empty one of these or a toilet paper roll or something. So we're gonna do some glue on here. We're gonna go up once or twice, or two or three times. There we go. Those are the words I was looking for. There we go. And now, let's move this paper because I don't want that there. So what I do is I put my finger in the middle of the tape and the middle of the tape. And that way I can kind of line it up with the middle here. And hopefully the middle here. That looks pretty good. So this will help reinforce this. So I can't bring it that far because I don't have that much on that end. But I want to bring it over because we're going to put another piece of washi tape on this side. I think, maybe. Scissors. Maybe I won't. Maybe I like it just like that. I'll put you right here. And I cut this a little bit more straight. There we go. Get the brush hair off of it. Looked like a chip brush hair. All right. Now we take our silicone spatula and we smooth it down. And we make sure that it's going to stick. Oops. And not peel it up instead. Oh Lord, what did I do? You know what? It's going to be fine. There we go. And then we'll fold it and fold it while it's still damp. And then kind of give it a flatten out again. And I'm just going to tap some brown on there. And then what did I do on there? Hold on, I need to fix this. It's gonna make me a little crazy. So it got folded over, and I don't know how that happened. But there we go. It's all better now. See, what made me decide to reinforce it is because it tore here. So I'm like, okay, well, it's 2 pieces of paper. It shouldn't tear that easily. But we also scored it and did all the things to it. And it's old paper. Or older paper, I should say. So we have enough. It's like enough that we can glue it down and be okay with it. So we're going to move this there, like that. That's our cover. So we're going to smoosh this down. Yeah. Because it'll, yep. All right. Pushing this down, laying it flat. Excuse me. No, don't do this to me now. Hubert, listen here. I'm going to put quite a bit of glue on here, but not all the way to the bottom. And there we go. All right, now one more paper tape, and I'm actually going to make this a little bit longer, and then we'll just cut off what you don't use. I think it's the fan. I really do. I never had this much problem until I had that fan on high. All right, let's take this and smush it down. There we go. All right, I'm going to let that sit for a minute. I'm going to get a drink of water, and I'm going to go grab my oh, what's it called? The hot shot, the big shot. Let's move some of this stuff out of the way. We're going to need the purple, the blue, and the red, and the green can get put away. Black and brown. goes in there. Put him over there. I'll put this up here. And we're not going to need this anymore. That. Okay. All right, I'm going to grab, I don't know if I'm going to use ribbon or fabric or what I'm going to use. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'll be right back. Okay, I think I got everything. Let me double check. So we got something to do the background with. We'll try it on, see if we like it. Me. It's me here. Oh yeah, I got this little grungy bit too. Okay, so I'm gonna unfurl that so I remember. There we go. Let me double check. Okay. So I think we got it. I think. Let's get our plates out here. And put that back down on the floor so I have a little bit more room. And then we got our back and our book. So let's put this behind me so I know where it's at when I go to grab it. Let's put this back in that box and grab our butterflies because we're going to put that on the front. And then you can go back up there for now. There we go. Put that back up there. Put that there for now. Whew. Okay. We're going to make that tape. We just need a little piece of this. Crazy hiccups. There we go. Third time's a charm, right? There we go. Where am I? There we go. Okay. Well, we cut off his chin a little bit, but that's okay. We're going to ink around him anyway, so He looks cool. And this guy can go in there. And we're going to put this back. I have a little case for them. We're going to put these in. There we go. And then I have this. It's kind of a crumply piece of paper, but I was going to see if I can roll it through here. And get this embossed. Don't know if I was supposed to put both plates on there. Yes. Well, maybe not. No. Well, it worked the way I wanted to, but holy Hannah, it impressed it. That's for sure. Let's do one more little guy. And we won't put both of them on there. Let's just... Yeah, see, that doesn't impress at all. So let's put this guy on there. He's thinner than the other guy. There we go. Yes, this isn't doing it either. Yeah, that did nothing. So, watch me as I fumble through this. This just seems so, I don't want it that embossed. I want it like lightly embossed. But I think I'm just kind of stuck with what it gives me. All right. It's still, see, it's ripping, which I don't really, there, just, we'll just go with it. All right, put the sandwiches back in there. Oh, let's grab this. Okay. There we go. And then this guy goes back. In his spot. Okay. So let's see what we got here. That's going to go on the inside, but I thought maybe this is just from Dollar Tree. It's nothing fancy, decorative mesh from the garden department at Dollar Tree, but it's kind of sparkly, and I thought we could add it to what we got. Let's put that up there. It's not exactly what I was thinking, but it's close. There we go. And then I've got some corrugated cardboard. And then let's do the blue butterfly and put that up there. We're just going to kind of fussy cut this-ish. It's definitely a challenge, but the nice thing about this is I can flip it around. There we go. Now let's do oh, that edge is cut off. Let's grab this one. Yeah, they all have it, the bottoms cut off on that side and on that side. Bummer. Well, you know what? Maybe we have him sticking out. Yep. We're just going to continue. We're going to continue on. We're going to make it work because I already put a lot of effort into this. Not a lot, but enough to be frustrated that I have to start over. There we go. So I have an idea, and I don't even know if it's going to work, but at least then that way I have this fussy cut it out, right? Because this, I sincerely, this is like the bane of my existence. I hate doing this. I'm finding transparency is easier to do though, so there's that. Here we go. And we're going to leave a little tab right there because I have an idea to do this and have it still look cool. There we go. This computer is not supposed to go to sleep for 5 hours. It's so weird. It just randomly shuts off. Okay, let's do this side. Okay, so this is the side that we need to try and okay, where did Mr. Fussy Budget go? There he is. Oh, now it's cracking, flaking off. What if we did that? Okay, need something more behind. That's why I got these. Let's see what happens if we do this. Okay. Let's do brown. Now whatever. Need something behind him. Let's just clip this right here. And I need this piece to be bigger. So let's try this again. All right, so let's all right, where's my book at? We can cut that down after we build it. I want to add an angle like that. That. This. I need something underneath him. Hmm. Let me think. Let me think. Okay, I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try. Lay this down. Actually, you know, probably be faster. It's just to do this. Where'd the dark blue go? And then let's put it on parchment, wax paper, or something. Okay. Pump it up. Okay. There we go. Now we need a paper towel. What do I do with those paper towels? There's one. Put that down there so it can dry. Well, that just took off all the ink, but it made it tinted it. Well, let's do that again, but this time, actually, let's do it back in this paper. That actually kind of worked. All right, let's try this again. Okay. There we go. Let's wipe the hands off. All right. Let's lay this down. I hit this with the hairdryer. Okay, I think I got it now. I think. Let's move this out of the way. Oh, that needs to stay. Okay, so let's do this. That. I need a white piece of paper. Because I can't see if I like it or not. I think we're going to just tear this off. Like that. Okay. I wonder. Okay, and gold splatter is down below. Those. Okay. There. Maybe. There we go. There we go. See if we can bring in a couple of dots. There we go. Put one there. Perfect. do. Toss that over there because now I gotta go paint all over my hands. I need to put more water in my water bin. Come on, work with me. There we go. Okay. Go. Okay. Now, let's put this on its own paper. All right. Move this out of the way. Let's see. Make this a little smaller. Okay. God dang it. right. I don't think I'm going to put a closure on this. I think I'm just going to put the topper on it if it turns out the way I want. So put that down. And this down. See, I think it needs to be smaller. That. So we need to move that up a little. Put him here. That. I don't think anybody's going to notice. Okay, let's pick this up. Put a piece of paper down. Hopefully my hands are dry enough. So if I put him here, no, I want him here. Okay, let's get that anchored down. And then we're going to get some black organza ribbon. Ooh, I don't fall over first. I have black organza somewhere. I have black lace. I might like that better. Let's see what we got. Hang on. Ooh, gray. What if we do gray instead of black? Well, that would really be helpful. There we go. Ooh, what if we did the blue? Blue. Did blue instead. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Excuse me. Yep. We'll just do a tie closure. That'll be easy enough. All right. So I'm going to pin this little lady down. Or what if we did? No, let's do blue. There's a lot of blue glowing on in the front. Let's keep it going. Okay. Let's get these anchored down. So yeah, let's do it like that. Okay. So our first piece is going to go like that. Let's put this right here. Like that. Put this right here. Okay. There we go. Got that right there. Okay. Okay, so it's going to go right about there. Okay. So that goes. There we go. All right. Now, let's take our blue ribbon. That's right, we gotta cut this off yet. Let's cut this off. Okay, stop shaking. There we go. Smudge that down a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now our bow. Right, let's just tie it in front because that will be easier. Okay, and there. There we go. Or do I like the black? No, the black lace is hard to tie. Okay, so almost tied a knot. That is how my brain goes right now. There we go. So that's going to be off to the side. And then this is going to be on front. Like so. Okay, let's glue the back piece on. Oh, first we need to tape this down. So get our boxing tape out. Started. And we're going to put a little bit of Fabri-Tac here, here. So that way that gets tacked down. Give it a little smush. There we go. I don't think I have every color, but I have a lot of colors. Hello, Catherine. All right, we're doing a flip-flop journal, and I'm almost done. I'm to the good part where we're gonna put all the like little pieces of ephemera and stuff in it. So you came just in time. Oopa. Let's get this cut off. I don't want it all the way to the end. Don't cut the paper though. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Let me put this little piece right here. Just in case I did cut the paper. I don't think I did, but. Okay, we'll put that little piece down there too. Excuse me. But I call them flip-flop journals. I don't know what anybody else calls them because they go the flip-flop. And I was inspired by, what's her name? Natasha at Treasure Books. She did 2 different tutorials on 2 different journals, and I kind of amalgamated them into a completely interactive craziness because I thought it'd be fun, and it is fun. They're fun to build, they're fun to decorate, they're just fun. So let me get this, where is my, there it is, it's hiding. So I want to get this taped down really well because we're going to put glue down. Excuse me. And then, so that's the top. Let's open this up and make sure this is the top. I'm letting that dry for a moment. So hopefully this is the top. I didn't put everything on upside down because I would be very sad. So I didn't write top on it. If it did happen, you will officially see me cry. Because I've been working on this now for 4 hours. Nope, I did it right. Yay. Yay me. So she did a tutorial on this flip notebook thing. And I loved it. I'm like, that's so fun. And let's take this piece of parchment out because the glue should be dry. And so you've got this in the back side. And then, right? There's a pocket here and there's a tuck spot here. And then you got these that fold in on them. And this is just a really good way to use up like scrap pieces that you have, little tidbits. This is about 5 by 6, or excuse me, 6 by 7. So 6 wide by 7 tall. I think it's 5 3/4 or something, but close enough. And then you just flap them all together and then have a cover, and then this is going to get glued down when we glue this down that way, and then it ties on the side. But until we get the back tied or glued, and that goes on a base. I have a full video on like how to do it. I think I called it the flippity floppity journal, but it's, I don't know. It's a lot to say. So, but we're going to put glue on the back side of on this and on this. We're going to double check. Okay. I didn't write top. Usually I write top on there, so I know. But yeah, today has been one of those days. It is. It's so much fun to build. I'm not sure if you got the message from your last video, but do I have a P.O. box? Kinda. We have one. I don't know if my name's associated to it or not. So email me at contact@theartisthaven.org, and I will have an answer for you sometime today, possibly. I gotta talk to my partner in shenanigans and see what was actually, how that was registered. Because I remember getting one and I remember paying for one, but I don't remember it. Well, I didn't pay for it. Well, we both paid for it, I guess you could say. So, and I'm using Fabri-Tac for this because there's fabric and paper, and but this also is really a nice heavy duty adhesive. So it stinks to high heaven though, because I use acetone to thin it out because it gets kind of clumpy. I call this the cold hot glue because it gets kind of stringy. So, all right, before we put these together, Let's grab some clamps out of the drawer here. I need to put this drawer up higher. I think that should do it. That'll do. All right, and I'm gonna smooch this around. Let's get clumps off of here. Oops. So I'm just gonna kind of make sure it gets spread out. Okay. Excuse me. I have this like frog in my throat all morning. I think it's just because I'm all hyped up from coffee. All right, so we're gonna put this down, even it out. There we go. It goes right up to the edge on that one. And I'm gonna lift this up just a little bit. There we go. So we can see the stitching on this one. That's kind of cool. So you never know exactly how they're going to turn out, which I kind of like. It's kind of a mystery. It's kind of a mystery. So we're going to take this and clamp this down here. I have more parchment paper somewhere. There we go. This makes more sense. And I just kind of clamp it down for a minute. I don't necessarily do it for very long. It's just like 5 minutes. That was a moment of deja vu. That is kind of funny. Been having that a lot lately. All right, I'm going to clamp this down. And I use parchment just so if the glue does ooze, it doesn't stick to the clamp. We don't make an oozy mess. I don't really like that word. Why do I keep using that word? Okay, so you can clamp it and leave it overnight. I'm going to clamp it and leave it for a minute, but I'm trying to decide if I want to add anything more to this. I don't think I do, because we got gold flecks, and then this is a transparency, so it kind of flickers the transparency, and then there's some gold in there, or like iridescent in there. But I was wondering if I should put like silver on him. I don't think so. And then there's metallic black in the background a little bit. So, yeah, I like it. So this gives it movement, and that's going to go right here, and then the bow will tie on the side. So, there we go. Right? It makes that crunchy, crunchy sound. I've been a baker. I grew up in a bakery, basically. My mom worked in one for a long time. And I always loved sitting back there watching Clayton do stuff. So at least that's my memory of it. It could be different. Let me grab a drink of water and move my cart out of my way. How do I just, it's like, how do I get covered in glitter when I didn't even work with glitter? I don't understand this. It does not compute. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm better now. Plus I sneezed like 3 times. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my ephemera and I put all of my tags that we made last night. I don't need this anymore. This is gonna go on the inside. I'm letting that hang out there. That I'll still need. Oopa, this I'll still need. Just put him in there so he can hang out. Excuse me, but I put all those tags that I made in a bin. All the paper just fell on the floor. Oh, joy. Okay, throw that in the bin. Boom. Not the garbage bin. I have a bin that has all the ribbons in it. But I put everything in here. So, and now I want to get labels and people. Maybe some of the miscellaneous ones. So I've got my ephemera bins. We're just going to pop through these really quick. And, oh, I shouldn't have thrown that black, or the organza, black and blue organza. Shame on you, Tish. Okay, there it is. Thankfully, it's right on top. Oh, and I wanted that other one, too. See, this is what happens when I try to be all neat and tidy. I put things away that I didn't want to put away. Okay. So, I'm going to get some of this ribbon. I love this ribbon. We get a little section of it, and then we can put this back. We can give this a toss, because we're going to make a tag. There we go. Boop. And I'm going to use this green. I love this green. Do I have any blue? Did I make any blue ones? I don't think I did. But I do have dark red. There we go. And then let's grab one of these gray ones. Is that going to stick out the top? That's the other thing I needed to get, was a pocket. No, not a flip-flop pocket, although that would look kind of cool. I just want maybe these two. Let's see how those two look on the front cover. I like stacking these smaller pockets together. And then we can put something right there if we want. Yep, yep, yep. I like that. Because it's bright and colorful, grungy. Yeah. And then we need one more tag. Something on the thinner side. And oh, we could use one of these as a pocket. Maybe we do that. Maybe we do this with this. Don't I have bigger ones? Yes, I do. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Maybe like, no, I like the teal. And then we've got green, red, I'll leave this one out just in case I find another place for it. And let's do one of these. Okay. Yes, I know I have glitter on my face. Yes, that is my life right now. It's like I didn't even work with glitter, and I go downstairs and I have glitter. It's like, what the flop? Okay. I don't know. Now I have all these cool tags, and I don't know what to do with them. It's like, I want to put all of them in, and it's like, no, Tish, only 3. Only 3 tags in a flip journal. All right, let's see what this did. And then the last thing we'll do is glue this on the front, just because I know it's gonna I'm gonna wiggle. It's gonna wiggle, and I need to be able to just leave it alone for a few hours. So I've been trying to get this done so I can go get some food before the other live stream. It's going to be tonight. And I'm going to clear off my whole desk so I can do like 3 not the whole desk, but clear off the majority of the stuff so I can do masterboards. Okay, so this is my thought. What if we did a pocket there like that, and then a pocket there like that? Yep. So we're going to take the oval punch and give this a little notch. And then we're going to take the blue ink, black, brown. That's green. I can tell by the pad. And then we're going to ink this up with the blue. I think it needs something else. I think it needs something else. I know what it needs. Give me a moment. We're going to cut out one of these butterflies real fast. Or I wonder, hey, static. Yeah. And just curiosity. You know what? I have some stickers though. Maybe that would be faster. Because I am not good at fussy cutting. I don't like fussy cutting. I got stickers. Let's see what we got in here. I had to put one of these in there in one of my journals. Let's see. Let's take these all out. You were talking about tickets earlier. What if we did just like that? And then I was looking for the more opaque labels. Nope, we have to do this one. So let's put that there. Oh, I want to do this though. Here we go. Okay. And we can put that right there. Okay, okay, okay. Oh no! Oh no! No, no, not the gumdrop buttons. These are dot matrix labels. Oh, they're so cool. I'm so excited. I must ask you a question. All right, let's set that there. I might use those later. So, this journal is kind of a tribute to my friend Clara, and she loved horses, and so I feel like I have to put a horse in here. And oh, but it's not going to get covered. No. So we'll put that there. Put that there. Yeah, it's going to get covered. Okay, we'll find another place for it. But what about if we just stick that right there? No, I kind of like it just plain. So we'll use this somewhere else. Because I like those. All right. Do I sew? Only when necessary. I mean, I have a whole bunch of projects that I need to finish. Like we have a stone fireplace downstairs, and I want to kind of turn it into like a seating area because we don't really use it. We're in Texas, you know, it's more for looks. But so I'm going to make it into a seating area, and then there's like a bay window upstairs that has kind of the same thing. So I'm going to make a whole bunch of really big pillows, and I have the fabric for it. I just haven't sewn them yet. All right, can I get this in here and do the thing? Yes. And thing. Yes. And look at that, they're actually kind of lined up. Look at me go. Oh, don't worry, I won't let it go to my head. Okay. And black. There we go. And glue. So this one will have 3 pockets in the front. I just think it needed a moment of silence. the blue, because it got the black and white background. And you know, if you want to, you can add something to it. I'm not keeping this journal. This one's going to go up for sale. So, all right. Now, let's trim this up. Actually, let's decal edge this. Where'd he go? Yeah. I'm just going to do it in my lap because it's easier than trying to find a place on my table. Okay. And let's do brown. And let's round. Okay, where's Vicini? Where did he go? I had him out earlier. There he is. I am waiting for Vicini. 1 little punch. 2 little punch. Now, let's ink this. simple machine. I got the one I got mine for a Christmas present, to myself, kind of. I used my gift cards that everybody gave me, because that's what I asked for. I asked for gift cards. I said, if you want to be fancy, you can actually go to the store and, you know, or order them online and send them to me through Amazon or whatever. But I took the Visa gift cards and I went to Walmart and I bought a Singer heavy duty machine. And if you email me, I can send you the link to the one I bought, or I'll send you a link. I'll send the one. I'll go to Singer and then you can shop from there. I don't like sending links to people, like Walmart or whatever. You shop wherever you want to shop. I'm not going to say you have to buy it on Amazon. The only one I want you to buy from is Painted Rapin. Please buy from her. Because she's awesome. I adore her. All right. Hole punch. Circle punch. Eyeballing. Right about, whoops, let's turn it around so I can see where the hole's at. Right about there. And let's get, I've got hole reinforcements, excuse me, somewhere in this mess. I haven't organized all that stuff yet, all this stuff yet. Is this where I put them? Groovy. Oh, and there's already colored ones in here too. Cool, cool, even better. So I made these in a live stream, and now I put all my, these are like all my circle reinforcement labels. I buy these at Walmart, and then I hit them with, like when I'm bored one day, I'll just, like when I don't feel like doing anything, but I know I need busy work, I'll hit them with Distress Oxide, spritz them, and then these ones are actually painted. I actually put, I did my brayer over the top of them. It made a cool pattern underneath too. Oh, I'm so excited. I get to play with my jelly plate again, and this one I did with, yeah, see, so there's all kinds of cool ones. But I have my labels in there. I have little stars, little foil stars. So these are all like the oddball stickers. All the little ones. Okay. Got that. I took that, what did I do with that ribbon? I cut off a piece of ribbon, but now it's gone. Oh, there it is, on the floor. Golly. There we go. It was just out of my regular reach. I had to get down a little further. All right, so we're gonna put this in here, like so. And then 1 and 2. There we go. I like the long ribbons on these. I think it's fun. Okay, so we're going to stick that guy. Oh, let's turn it around. That guy goes in here. Like that. And then we need some of these ones I was noticing, they're AI generated. So the numbers are all wrong, like on the clock faces. So I'm just like, yeah, probably not going to use that. All right, brown. I've actually thrown them. I threw them in the bin for paper clay. I was like, what is this? I can assure you that anything that you get from me is not going to be AI generated unless I tell you I used AI to do this. I'm going to be fully transparent. I don't like AI art just because there's too many inconsistencies. It's not that I'm, you know, against it. It's just, I mean, Santa with 5 fingers? Come on. All right, so we're going to put this way, like that. Come on. Put too much on, so we'll smooch it out. There we go. So this gives you a little handle, so you can boop. There's a lot of ones that I got to do because there's a lot of foldovers in these. So, you know what? I like this. Let's trim this bottom off. And then around the corners. Oops, that didn't work very well. Why are you being like that, hey? There we go. I don't know why I keep putting the lid on. And we're just going to put him right here, like that. Okay, let's do this way, and I don't really like that one. Let's do this one. Well, those got cut off, so let's cut them off intentionally. Oops. Okay. And I used to just like cut them and then glue them down, but now I'm kind of liking the small punch that just rounds the corner just that little bit. It's not like huge. I think it just, even when the corners, even when like there's square corners in the image, I feel better about it when, I don't know, maybe it's just me being silly. I just feel better about it. Goodness gracious, what was I thinking? Okay, there's one that doesn't need one. Oh yeah, so many. Let's see what we got here. I want a bigger one on this one. These are all from the same person too. I want to do something different. All right, let's grab the other one. That one. Let's try this one. I had to sit and just cut some ephemera out. I have a whole bunch ready to be done, but I just haven't sat down and done it. Maybe that's what I need to do after I eat dinner if I'm still watching a video, because I usually sit down and watch a video while I eat and learn something, you know, learn video editing or something in Affinity or something. Here we go. I like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, sure you betcha. All right. That should work right there. And I keep it so there's like a little tuck spot there too, when there's like, so we can tuck something in there. So let's just do this one real quick. Yeah, this has 3 different sizes. This says small, medium, and large. And I like the small one. I never liked it on my old one. This one I paid like $12 or $15 for on Amazon. So it's compared to others, it's expensive. But this thing, I tell you what, it's adjustable. I would pay $15 all over again. All right, so we're gonna put that in there. Let's do it this, no, I want it this way. It's kind of white though. Let's do this. And then we'll spray it with rubbing alcohol. And then we'll spray it with coffee stain. There we go. Let that sit because that's got to dry. So that'll go there. And then but I just like the small one to knock the corners down a little bit. Like this one before, I would just inked it and stuck it down. But now I'm taking a moment and rounding the corners. And I think, I don't know, for me, it just seems a little bit more polished. I don't know. I'm no judgment to anybody who doesn't do it. I just, for me, in my brain, it just feels better. All right, so right about there. Smooch it out a little bit. There we go. Are we dry? We're dry enough. There we go. Flip. Oh my gosh, Tish. You know what? Because that's a pocket too. You know what we're going to do? I'm going to tear this one out. We're going to rip it. So, there we go. And we're going to ink the edge. Just like that. There we go. Now I feel better. I know, it's dumb. I shouldn't have even done it, but I did. Okay, come on. I know, I saw you. Where'd you go? There you are. And let's get this side. Okay, and alcohol. And coffee puppy. There we go. I'll let that dry. This goes in this pocket. And then we have a plain piece of paper. Paper. Boop. Boop. I got the perfect one for that right here. Yeah. See, like how this has like the square corners? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being weird. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with being weird. It is like my goal in life. My mission. Well, I used to say my motto since 7th grade has been why be normal, so it's kind of true. I mean, it's more than kind of, it is true. Because really, what's normal, you know? And if it's normal is average, I don't want to be average. I want to be extraordinary. I want to be kick butt. Not saying that I am, just say I want to be. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to smooch this out because this is just paper. It's not cardstock. And I found that sometimes our glitter glue likes to wrinkle. So, where'd that go? There it is. There we go. Stick that there. And you know what? I'm going to grab one of the teeny tiny tags. Where'd they go? They're so cute. Let's just put one right there. Ta-da! It's so cute. There are some neurological studies that prove rounding corners is calming, hence neurophotography art. That's interesting. And we need something cool for that. Okay, cool for this. Let me get the people and places one, because I think I have the perfect one for that. Oh yeah, I keep throwing stuff down. There we go. Well, it's just your eye gets to continue around the edge. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. And it's not jarring, and it just, I don't know. What do we think of this one? Yep, I'm just going to put her there. Oops, that's inker. That's why I like, even if I don't ink the edges, ink like the whole thing, I like to do just the edges like that because it like frames it in my opinion. And it gives a place for the eye to stay within boundaries. Because even though I don't like coloring within the lines, being an artist, I try to create lines where the eye can stay. So that's my philosophy anyway. Have you heard? I don't even know how to say that. Oh, Zentangles. I know what you're talking about. Yes. Yes, I have. Okay, this one. I think we need something a little basic. Perfect. Someone I know does this as an art form, and I think, don't quote me. I can't remember who it is. I don't know why it got so warm up here all of a sudden. It's just like right now, I'm not sweating or anything like that. I'm not like having a hot flash. I'm just noticing that it's warmer. The air is warmer, not my body, if that makes any sense. Okay, there we go. And put that right there. Okay, so that flips out. And then this guy, I'm going to put one of the seaside ones in here. I got to go grab them though. Or should I cut that? No, I'm not going to put the butterfly in there. Oh, but I do have, oh. We're going to cut this off though. I think. Yep, we're going to cut it down. Give me a moment. Oh no, I dropped it. Okay. Here's me rounding corners on a sticker. Okay, so how do I get this off now? There we go. We're going to put this right here, like so. And then can I round it? Yes, I can. Actually, we're just going to round the bottom corner so it looks like a notebook. Ink this real quick. These are just washi stickers. I got them on Amazon. They're cheap. Not cheaply made though. That's one thing I have to say. They actually hold up pretty well. This is I bought these before I met Stephanie at the Painted Raven. When I first started, I didn't want to buy all the things because I didn't know if I was going to like doing it. And at first I really didn't, but I stuck with it. Because I was afraid it was too much math. I need a pin. I can't get this. There we go. No. No. Okay. You can come along. There you go. So, because I loved furniture painting, but the person I was with was not going to allow me to do that. So, I had to find another means of an outlet because I was getting burnt out on acrylic pouring. All right. We're going to have to just roll with this little craziness we got going on here. I wonder. Nope, that's not going to work. It's okay. All right. Oh, the anger and frustration that is welling up inside my soul right now. Okay. This should not be this hard. Come on, Tish. Oh, there we go. See? I should have done it on that corner. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Okay, and we're going to put this right here. Actually, no, we're going to put it right here. There we go. Because I think there's enough on there. So, let's glue this down. There we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. This guy needs a bigger hole. Okay. And then we're going to put the green ones on this one. I wonder if this is Tim Holtz paper, because this is like almost exactly, I think it's peeled paint. It's really, I don't know, it's just really textured and really cool. I like it. I like it, I do. So we're going to do brown around the green one and black around the red one. I'm going to use I think I'll put that kind of burgundy color organza ribbon in this one. And I'm just going to leave it blank and let people decide if they want it decorated, you know, or they can, you know, decorate it themselves. And I'm going to put that one, wait, I'm going to do this rose colored organza because I think it's pretty. And I need about that much. And then I think in the red one, I have some extra fabric that I'm going to put in the red one. Did that a little long. That's okay. So this can go in here. Oops. There's a little bubble of glue right there. So that goes in there like that. And then, excuse me, I know I had extra fabric and I set it aside. Here we go. So we got this, or let's do this. So what I do is snip and then tear almost to the end, and then put it together and then cut it at an angle like that. And we're actually going to take that off. Oops. That didn't work the way it was supposed to. That's okay. That way we can put this through here. All right, black. I think we're almost done. We just have to put the cover on. Well, these ones don't have rounded corners. Wrong! Wrong answer. I know that green one does. I'm pretty sure. It would have triggered my corner rounding senses. I wonder. Okay. Let's do these ones. These are kind of fun. Okay. And yeah, I could probably put glue on them, but I'm not going to. And I think I'm gonna do one of these rub-ons. at the bottom down there. So, because this is one of the cheap ones, we're going to kind of fussy cut it before we use it. These I got at Dollar Tree, so they are of questionable quality, but they work. And I'm not going to question something that works. But sometimes, at least the ones on Amazon that I've had, I've never had the problem with the Dollar Tree ones. But sometimes it's like they didn't like lift up on the machine. The machine didn't lift up, so it just coated everything. So I just kind of fussy cut, half-ass cut, fussy cut. There we go. Now we're going to have the same problem getting this paper off, aren't we? Nope. Cool beans. Let's put this number 2 down at the bottom. Is that the side I want to put it on? Oopa. Yep. So we're just going to stick that down. We're going to move this for a moment because we want a hard surface. And I think I just messed that up myself. It's okay. I think it's stuck to my finger. No, we're committed. If you do that, you can take a sander and scuff it up so it looks like it's supposed to be like that. The best ones I've ever used are IOD, Iron Orchid Designs. Yeah, IOD. Those are the best ones I've ever used since like grade school. All right. Try not to push too hard, but this isn't lifting. There we go. So, there we go. Now we're going to take, I put a sanding disc on just one of the things. I just glued it on there, and I just kind of make it look like it's supposed to be that way. And we'll hit it with some brown. Okay, put these away. Well, this needs to go inside too. Let's put that there so I remember. What did I do with my piece of paper? Oh, Lord have mercy. I'll just grab another one. I'll hit this with some brown. Darken it up. All right, since I don't know what this alcohol will do to that, I'm just gonna put my hand over it. There we go. Okay, and we've got our fabric. This, I don't think we're gonna need any more ink. So let's cover these up. And we'll come back to that in a minute. This turned out really cool. I'm really excited for this one. There's a lot of flip out spots. A lot. Okay, I screwed that up somehow. This goes in this pocket. Oh, I need something for these two pockets. Let's take care of that too. I'm going to put this in this pocket, like this. Okay. Let's open that up. Let's get this dry. I'm going to grab a drink of water while I fan this off. Okay. See, it did that cool thing. So there is a little bit of a line there, edge there. It's all good. Oh, we need to put the fabric in there. So we're going to go this way with it. Maybe. Okay. Very cool little add-on. I like doing different things. I try to make each journal at least a little different. Let's see. Let's just tie little knots in this, and if they don't like it, they can cut them off. Let's tie one here. And one here. There we go. There. I like it. I like it. All right, I've got to pull that one up a little bit. Okay, so flip. So these flip out. This flips out. So you got, you know, all that, that, that. There we go. I feel like I screwed it up already. It's okay. Nope, we're good. Nope, I started on the wrong side again. That's okay. I'll stick that underneath there. Okay, so we're going to pull this across like this. And we're going to pull both of them back. We're going to grab a clamp. So make sure it is where it wants to be. There we go. Oh my goodness. He's chubby. Or I should say she's chubby. It doesn't matter. They are chubby. There we go. Make it politically correct, right? Okay. And then in order to keep it level, we have to put a clamp on this side. That one's got glue in it. How did that happen? Thankfully, it doesn't stick very well. There we go. Now it's level, but it's not even. There we go. And then we're going to take some Fabri-Tac, and I want it kind of like right there. So I'm going to put a little glue under here, maybe. There we go. So that'll help the ribbon stay in place. And then we'll put a little ribbon up on top here. And then we're going to put glue all along the back here. And it will squish out, hopefully. You know what? We're going to help it squish out. I don't want it to squish out too much there. There we go. Excuse me. If we need to, we can lay more glue down right there. All right, let's put you right there. I just need I need an edge to hang on to. And I'm gonna put that right there, like that. All right, there we go. I like it. I like how the the fan makes this wiggle. And all this is still kind of loose and stuff, so it's still kind of floofy. I didn't tack it all down. I might go back in and tack it all down. I don't know. But I got the lids on everything. I'll be back after some food and a little respite for our masterboard session tonight during our co-working session that I do every Monday and Wednesday, and it's probably the only live streams I'm going to keep on after the 1st of October. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I might be burned out of live streaming. I might not. We'll see how many people we get to join us too. So that makes it more fun when I can have someone like Catherine to talk to in the chat. So I appreciate you joining me. If there's anything else, just let me know in the comments. Thanks so much. Remember, be kind to one another. Peace, love, and happiness.